Hello, hello. Good evening. Anyone who might be watching or might see this in the future. Tonight I'm going to work on a build that I've been sitting on for a while. It's been in my queue. I've just been too busy. It's a 980 layout keyboard that I got from Taobao. It's called the GSX980. And the fun thing about this one is I got it in their E-white option. I think it looks pretty good for the price. Now this keyboard was only like, I think it was like $99. So it was, under $100 for a nice machined aluminum case. Now it's not like, it's not like super fancy or anything. Oh, hey, UB. Yeah, this is the same thing that you threw away. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. So about this board, the other thing about this board is that's kind of interesting is that it's a integrated plate. It's kind of different, and I don't know what happened when they designed this PCB. If it was just to save money or what, but they made it fit really tight into this case. So, and these little curved cutouts of the PCB, if you look at them, this is definitely like hand cut on the PCB. Like it looks like someone had to go out this thing with a file. That one looks pretty decent. They did pretty good on that one, but I think it's probable that they look hand filed, these parts of the PCB where they had to clear the case, and they're not a perfect fit either. So this PCB arrived to me kind of wedged in place. So yeah, it seems clear that they filed it down by hand, which is, I guess it's okay. But the first thing I have to do is see if I can extricate this PCB from this case without damaging it, because it's like a puzzle. It's like wedged in there, and the connector is kind of set in here in this little cutout. Gosh, I hope I can get it out without damaging anything. Man, it's really in there. It doesn't really fit exactly, but I mean, okay, there we go. So, I mean, that's kind of annoying, but you get what you pay for, right? So first of all, that bugs the crap out of me. I don't want to be dealing with that later when I'm assembling this. So I'm gonna bust out my file real quick if I can find it here. I'm gonna expand those cutouts because I don't like having that much difficulty putting the PCB in or taking it out. I'm not sure where my big file is. I think I'll just get one of my little files. Just make a little more room here. It was really binding about right here. I might even bust out the Dremel if this is too tedious. Nah, that goes quick. We're coming pretty close to one of the traces here, but I'll just be careful. Well, you know what they say, UB, one man's trash is another man's treasure. I wouldn't call this board a treasure, though. more like okay, a suitable distraction, right? Nothing special. But yeah, I think it's something to do, you know, to get my mind off of work and stuff. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. We'll see. So here's the PCB. Get my keyboard out of the way. So there's the PCB. It says GSX980 in big letters. So no mistaking the model. Oh yeah, it's a people see it say, oh yeah, GSX980. Oh yeah, yeah, the famous GSX980. Yeah, you're right. There we go. Now there's more space to rattle around now. Okay, so let's see. So there's something I wanted to do on this build, just for fun. Well, actually, let me start with the tedious thing first. First thing I want to do is port this. So I guess I probably shouldn't have moved my keyboard, because porting, I mean, actually, yeah, I'll leave it out of the way for now. I'll just take notes on my lap, I guess. So let me open up a text editor. So the first thing I'm going to do is I think I'll open up a text editor to take notes on. So I want to determine what the rows and the columns are, which pin is which. So to do that, let me add another screen here. Okay, so to port a keyboard to QMK, I need to be able to figure out which pin on the microcontroller is hooked up to which row and which column. And I already looked at this earlier, and I determined that this PCB uses an Atmega 32A microcontroller. So it's what's known as a PS2 AVRGB board. This is running Bootmapper, I believe. As far as I know, it comes with Bootmapper. And Bootmapper is a fine keyboard firmware. I know a lot of people like it. I personally would rather run QMK on here, so I'm going to go to the extra trouble of porting it so that I can run QMK on it. So I've got my diagram here, and so I'm going to use a multimeter. Let me shrink this down a bit so I can show you what I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna take a multimeter, and if you haven't used a multimeter before, one of the things that they can do, they have a lot of functions that they can perform, but one of the things they can do is they can measure the resistance between one electrode and the other electrode. So if you touch them to each other, when you've got it in this mode where it says ohms, that's a measure of resistance. When you've got it in this mode, if you touch them together, it's going to say pretty much 0. I mean, this is kind of a cheap, junky one, but I don't know how accurate it is, but it's going to pretty much say close to 0 when you touch them to each other. And if you had a resistor here and you touched them to the two sides of the resistor, it would measure the resistance value of that resistor. Well, in the case of a keyboard matrix, if I measure one of these rows or one of these columns, it's going to show, as long as none of the keys are pressed, as long as none of the switches are closing the circuit, it's going to show for each row and for each column, it's going to show close to 0 ohms if I touch it to that row or that column and the right pin on the microcontroller. So I'll just go row by row and I'll try to figure out which pin it's connected to. So one thing you have to do, though, you have to be aware of, is that there are these little diodes. So the diodes will only allow the electrical current to flow in one direction. So that means, let's see, the diode, it looks like the diode's on the row. So that means if I'm trying to determine which row is which, it's possible that if I touch the pin with one electrode and I touch the pad with the other, it's possible that it might actually show 0, or it might actually show, infinity resistance. It might actually not detect that that's the right pin if the current is flowing in the wrong direction. So that means if that happens, I have to turn around the other way to get the right reading. So that means I have to measure in the right direction if I want to get the right result. So otherwise, you can't measure the rows if you got the electrodes turn around the wrong way. So I'll just check one of these diodes here just to see which direction is correct. So okay, see how it says, I don't know what that was, but I think it was a lot. Okay, maybe these, sometimes the diode has resistance to it as well, so maybe I need to change the setting here. So, but I should be able to get continuity. There we go. So it's telling me, oops, wait a sec. It's telling me 563 ohms. But if I turn the electrodes around the other orientation, it's basically infinity. So that means I need to go this way. So basically I need to use the negative electrode on the microcontroller side when I'm finding the rows and columns. Now the other thing I could do is, if I just touch on the other side of the diode, then that won't matter. But just to make things simpler for myself, make it harder to make any mistakes, I'm just going to go ahead and use that orientation so that I can touch the pad where you solder to, and it'll still work. So let me start with the top row. I've got the board up, the PCB upside down, so this is the top here. And let's see. This is, yeah, okay. So I'll start with I'll start over here. So I'll measure, I'll touch that, and then I'll touch different pins and see when I get continuity. Wait, I saw something there. Okay, that one, I think. But it's a little hard to see which pin it is. Seventh from the bottom on the left. Okay, that's not the one. That's VCC. Anyway, the resistance was too high. So I think that was a false positive. Let me check these others. Now that's VCC again. So that's not it. There we go. That's about right. 500 and something. So fifth from the left on the top. I think, what does that say? Let me open my other screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, PB0. So let me write that down. The top row is PB0. Now, sometimes, if they're cool, sometimes the PCB designers will make things easy for you by doing the rows or the columns in order. So maybe PB0 was the first row. Maybe PB1 is the second row. So I'm gonna check that first, because this board was done by a shop called Wheatfield Peripherals, and they make a lot of cheap keyboards on Taobao. And I gotta tell you, for a cheap Chinese shop, machine shop, I like their PCBs. Like, they seem really sane to me, the way they're laid out and stuff. So I'm gonna bet that they probably made this easy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Yep. PB1 is the next row. So that's, that saved me a bunch of time. Now let's see, is PB2 the next one? So sometimes they do them in order like that. They'll just do them sequentially, like one row, then the next is the one row starts at pin 0, then 1, then 2. So let's try. Yep. Cool. Zero, 1, 2, 3. Let's see, is this going to be PB3? It is. PB3. So I'm on the 5th row now. Let's see. PB4. Let's try it. Let's see. Well, sometimes there are exceptions to this. Like, yep, PB4. All right, now we need to do the columns. So we got the rows figured out. You don't fully understand? Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe I can explain it if you, like, I'm not a very good teacher, but maybe, like, if there's anything in particular that doesn't make sense about it, I might be able to explain it. Like, because the way that the microcontroller reads the keystrokes is it goes around in a loop. The matrix scanning, it's like, I don't know, like thousands of times a second, or maybe tens of thousands of times a second, and so it constantly loops through and Either it loops through, goes row by row, it goes row over and over, and like cycles through each row, or else it cycles through each column. Okay, so it steps through. Let's just assume that it's each row. So let's say it goes around in a loop, and each time it starts over again at the top of the list, it starts at the top row. Just theoretically, it doesn't have to work exactly like this. There's different variations, but let's just hypothetically say it starts at the top row, and then it goes this row, this row, this row, this row, this row, this row. Then it starts over again. So at each step of the way, each row that it's cycling through, while it's in that row, it will check to see if any of these columns are getting a signal, if they're getting, just like my multimeter can detect whether this circuit is closed. Each of these pins is like its own multimeter, kind of. You could kind of look at it like each pin of this chip, not all of them, but a bunch of them, the ones that have names like A, B, C, A1, B1, P, B, A0, A1, A2, B0, B1. Those pins can read the whether the voltage is flowing from one pin to another pin. So what he does is one pin can be assigned to each row, and one pin can be assigned to each column. And so he goes step by step through each row, and while he's on that row, he checks all the pins that are connected to the columns. So then the other thing that he does is the pin that's connected to that row, he only sends the electricity to that row when it's that row's turn. So when it's the top row's turn, he'll turn on the electricity on that pin that sends the electricity just to this row. It sends the current just to this row. And then he'll listen on each column and see which one is receiving. So it's not like the multimeter. It's more like when I'm measuring a battery tester, because it's measuring voltage. So it's measuring whether the voltage is high or low. So what he'll do is he'll have a pin connected to each row and a pin connected to each column, and then as he cycles through the rows, he'll turn all the pins off, for example, like to 0 volts, and then just this row that he's on, he'll turn that one to 5 volts, for example. And then while he's got that one turned on to 5 volts, he'll check all the pins for each column to see if any of those is detecting the 5 volts. So if he sees this column detected 5 volts, that means that it can only be the top row and this column, so that means it has to be this switch. Does that make sense? So then he goes to the next row, turn this one off. Now he turns the power onto this row. And while the power's onto this row, then he checks if any of the columns are getting power, and if they do, like, oh, I got power on this column, well, that means it must be this switch. So that's how it can tell which switch is being pressed at a time. And it's more complicated than that, but that's generally how it works. Like, it's not exactly correct, but it's close enough. Like one difference, for example, most keyboards, I think, I don't even know if it's most, but some keyboards, instead of turning the power on for one row at a time and the rest off, instead of that, some of them will turn all of them on except for one, they'll turn off. And then they'll, instead of detecting which column detected 5 volts, they'll detect which one had 0 volts. Just so in the concept is the same, they've just reversed the polarity. They're using 5 volts to mean this switch is not pressed on this row and column, something like that. But I might be getting that wrong, because the ones that aren't pressed, anyway, the general concept is like that. So that's why I have to figure out which pin is connected to each row and which pin is connected to each column, and that's why I can do that with the multimeter, because they're always connected, even when it's not sending a signal to any of the rows or columns, they're still always connected to one of these pins. The only thing in the way, the only thing that could get in the way between this pin of the chip and the pad of the switch is one of these diodes. So that's the only thing that's in the path. So that's why, because the diode allows the current to flow in one direction and not in the other direction, that's why if I have my electrodes turn the wrong way, I won't be able to detect that connection. And the reason for that is because if you haven't used multimeters before, that's how the way they work is they actually send a tiny bit of current through the electrodes. So that's the only way they can detect when the electrodes are touching each other, is there's actually a tiny bit of current flowing through there. So when I put this on one of these pins, if I put it on this pin and I put it on this pad of the switch, nothing happens because the current can't flow because there's no path between there and there. There's not a metal path between these two. But if I put it on this row that is connected to that pin, now it's actually sending a little bit of current through there, and it's detecting that the current went out one electrode and came in the other electrode. And not only that, it's detecting how much did the voltage drop from something like that. So it's able to measure the resistance by sending some current and then detecting how much current came in the other side. And so if none, if no current went from one side to the other, then we're obviously, between this and this, nothing's going to happen. No current's going to flow between the tweezers and the razor blade. But if it's one part of the razor blade and the other part of the razor blade, then yeah, it'll flow easy. So that's the same way that we're able to use that to figure out which row is on which pin. And multimeter is a really, really useful tool. It has so many uses. So I'm going to start doing, so the rows are done. I'm going to start figuring out the columns. So when I looked at this PCB, by the way I could tell which side, if you look at these pads where the switches get soldered on, this is how I could tell that for each switch, it's this pad that's the row. See, this pad and this pad. The way I could tell is because I can see the little trace going here to this diode and then going to this horizontal trace. Now that horizontal trace, you can see that horizontal trace connects this switch to the switch next to him to the switch next to him. So you see that whole row is connected to each other. So that's how I know. So that whole row, every switch on that row is connected to this trace with a diode between, and then it goes to this pad. So that's why we can tell that this is the row pad. So now that we're going to check columns, we got to check this other side. So this one, etc. So that's how we know which one to look at for rows and which one to look at for columns, because you can visually see. But if you couldn't see, if you ever have a PCB where you can't see the traces, like some of the ones with the white solder mask, or if they have with a white paint silk screen, or if they have a really heavy silk screening, if you ever can't see the traces, the other thing you can do is to figure out which row is to figure out which is the row pad and which is the column pad. Another thing you can do is you can use your multimeter. Like you can say, you can touch the switch, this switch pad to the one next to him, but you got to try it both ways to be sure, because there's a diode. So you can measure like this, the switch and the switch. Whoops, I think something's wrong here. There we go. Oh, you can't do that. Sorry. So I just realized, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. You can't do what I was just saying for the rows. Because remember how the diode only allows the current to go in one direction? Well, if I try to measure with my multimeter, we're asking the current to go out one of these electrodes and to go through the diode in one direction and then through the other diode in the other direction. Not going to work. So if you're using this method to figure out which one's rows and which one's columns, do it on the other side of the diode, if that makes sense. So anyway, and sometimes you have to press kind of hard to get a good connection. There can be flux on here. So if I see the diodes, you might have to test both sides. Oh, hey 159, thanks for, what is that? Crystals or something? Bits? Cool. Thanks, man. Meth? Nice. That's what I need. It'll help me build. So let me go to the columns now. Nebula, is that the one that UB designed? I saw something. Sometimes because of the internal circuitry of the microcontroller, sometimes you'll see a flash on your multimeter, but if it's not steady, then you can ignore it. If you found the right pin for the row or column, your multimeter will detect the continuity and it'll be steady. So see, that one says 1595. That's too high. I think that's VCC. Remember, it was around 500 something. Oh no, wait. That was with the diode, so this should be close to 0. So for the columns, I think the columns are connected directly to the pin on the microcontroller. So I should find a pin that's got close to 0 resistance. Oh, you know what? Did you guys notice what I did wrong? Man, you guys just let me do it. So I was measuring the pad that we already know is the row pad. So obviously that's not the right one, because I'm supposed to be looking for columns. Remember, the column is the one closer to the middle. So my bad. I guess I'm getting sloppy when it's late at night. So yeah, don't be stupid and measure the wrong one. Oh, I see 600. That's probably the right one. That's close. That's probably the right one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is that fifth from the bottom? Yeah, fifth from the fifth. I can't talk. Fifth from the bottom on the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait a minute. It says AVCC. I don't think that's the right one. Let me just double check. Nah, that's not the right one. It's VCC. So, next one up. Yeah, that wasn't it. That one, it needs to be one of the pins that's like A0, A1, B0, B. It needs to be one of the letter and number pins. It can't be VCC. VCC is it's like the voltage source that powers the chip. So that's not. So if you're doing this activity here, porting a keyboard, and you find one that says VCC, you've got the wrong one. You need to keep looking. Oh, 0. Well, bam. Anyway, by the way, did you notice this false alarm one? It was like 600. That's because it's going all the way through the pin and to the VCC. I don't know. It's taking a different path. So it should be pretty much 0. So this one, third from the right, I'm getting pretty much 0. So that's the right one. PA1. Wait, is that right? A1. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't start with A0. Did I get the wrong one? Oh, never mind. Wait. These pins are really tiny. Okay, it's fourth from the right. So it is A0. So the first column is A0. I'm gonna, top left. I better jot down starting from left, by the way. And rows I'm doing starting from top. Okay, now I'm gonna bet, because the PCB designers seem to make, generally they're making my life easy as much as possible, and so I'll bet you the next column is A1. So let's check it out. Next one. I'm probably doing this really slow. I bet if Merlin was here, he'd do this faster. Yep, A1. Just let's see, second from the right. A2 maybe. Yep. A2. I'll bet you A3 is the next one. Yep. A3. Let's let it ride. Let's see if A4 is the next one. Well, bam, it is. That's something I appreciate when I have to port a PCB. I appreciate it when they do things like sequential pinning. A5 of the matrix. It really makes things easier for the porting person. But easy solution to that is buy keyboards that are already QMK supported. But where's the fun in that? Sometimes you gotta make things challenging. So I'm on the 4th pin down. Yep. A7. Is there such thing as an A7? Let me look at the pin out. Yeah, there is actually A7. Yep, that's the next pin. Now, what's after A7? Who the heck knows? So let's see. Could be one of these down here, maybe. Wait, was it that one? No, I don't think so. Fourth one from the bottom on the right. Wow. C7. Okay, C7 is the next column. Oh man, look what I did. I lost my place. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then C7. Okay. So I'm gonna guess third from the bottom on the right, since that's the next one. Just the way this, physically is the pins are, yep. Wait, is that a 0? Yeah, okay. So that's C6, I think. Where's my diagram? Yeah, C6. Now if they're being super cool, C5 will be next, because that's the next one down. Yep. C5 and C4. C5, C4. So that's 12 so far. '13th. It's the one right next to the USB connector. They might have gone to the next. If they're sticking with the clockwise around the chip like they have been so far, the next one might be this guy here. Yep. Next one's C3. C3. Now, probably the next one is, so that was C3, right? Maybe the next one is the next one in clockwise order. Looks like not. Wait. How could it not be? So that was C3, wasn't it? Wait. Yeah. Okay. C3. C2. Now, C1. Not that one. C1 is not there. But the other thing about that is interesting. Not only that, but so the matrix isn't always laid out geometrically. That's another interesting thing. So like this column is not the same pin for the whole column. Like this key here, it looks like it's on the same column, but electrically it's not connected to this rest of this column. The rest of this column is connected somewhere else, a different pin. So there are sometimes exceptions like this in the matrix that make it more difficult. Like sometimes they switch row and column for part of the keyboard. It really makes it a lot more confusing. That's probably what they did. Well, actually, this row is Okay, so it's not like that. So this is going to get a little bit complicated. Let me check. But the top row, though, is all consistent, it looks like. I think. So at least some of it. Actually, it's not. So that row, top row ends here. Very interesting. I think I need to start putting this in like a spreadsheet to make it easier to decipher later. Okay. So that's all the same row. Okay, let me start writing this in a way that makes a little bit of sense for me. You know what though, regardless, I've got how many columns here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And the ones that I've figured out. Fourteen so far. So something that makes it a little bit easier for me is that on this PCB I can kind of see the traces. You can see them, not great, but I can mostly see the traces. So I can see C2. Oh, you know, one thing that would help is let me check which microcontroller pins are running the LEDs, because the LEDs each need a pin as well. So that'll help me know which are taken already. Because a pin can't, they don't typically use a pin for a matrix and also for an LED. So that'll help me know if I can ignore one of these pins because it's being used by something else. See the diagram. See my pinout. So I've got all the A's and the B's. Let's see, I've got all the top row is used, all the right. I've got some bottom and some left that could be used by LEDs. So some of the pins on the left here might be used by LEDs. So let's see, the top one is num lock. Let me figure out which one. Num. And then you got caps lock. And then you got scroll lock. Start at the top here. So numlock is third from the bottom on the left, which is this is D0. D0. I bet it's D0, D1, and D2 for the LEDs. D0, let's check. Yeah, it is. No? Wow. D0 and D1 anyway. Who knows what's scroll lock? You know, I'm kind of surprised. How can it not be? Okay, well, what else could be? So D2 is still available for the matrix, I suppose, unless it's used for some other thing. Is there something else? Oh, wait a minute. This is crazy. I forgot. Okay, this board's nuts. It has an RGB. Why the heck does it have an RGB LED right here? It has one RGB LED. Okay. I don't know why. On the top, just one. So whatever. Maybe they connected that to D2. Let's check. Oh gosh, how am I gonna check this? So let's see, the trace goes where? That's gonna be a pain. That's gonna be a pain. Okay, let me look at the they're usually using the WS2812B, so let me check the pin out, see which one's a DN, because I think what's gonna happen is the DN is gonna be connected to one of the pins of the microcontroller. Let's see. So if I'm looking at the cutout, DN is going to be if it's oriented this way, then DN is there. So it's going to be the one closest to scroll lock. I think so. And there's a via that goes through the PCB to the other side right there, and then there's a resistor. So interesting. Oh, wait a minute. You know, I've been assuming that these resistors were one for each of these indicator LEDs. I might be mistaken about that. I better double check that. But at any rate, this is the pin that I expect is This should be the DN pin that I expect is controlling this LED, and I think it's going to be connected here. No? Guess not. Okay, where is it? I'll figure it out. Gotta have my sweet RGB. Let's see, it goes. I might be seeing wrong. Oh, you know what? I think that's. Does that go there? I stopped at C2. Let me see if one of the C's. Let me see if one of the C pins is connected to this bad boy. I hope I'm touching the right one. Let's just double check here. You know, that might actually not be a WS2812B. I don't know for sure. Let's see if I can figure out. So one of them's probably ground. One of them's VCC. There's a capacitor there. Okay. Let me check something here. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should be VCC. Closer to ground. Okay, so that pad goes where? Here, I think. Ah, man, cheap multimeter. It's breaking. Well, I'm just gonna assume that it's a WS2812B for now. I think it probably is. Just keep trying for the moment. You know what, forget it. Let me finish figuring out pins that are used by the matrix. Then maybe it'll be easier through process of elimination to know which ones is for the RGB and the indicator. So let's go back to this here. See 2. Oh my gosh, I was touching the wrong one. Okay. Dum 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 dum. I think that's VCC. Hey, there we go. Let's see, was that the 5th one? Fourth one? Oh, 5th one. Okay, 5th one from the left on the bottom. D7. Is the next one going to be D6 maybe? 4th one from the left. Nope. What about D5? Where's D5? Oh, never mind. So that one's D7. That's odd. A1. Yeah, so it looks like it goes the last two columns are connected to where the rows are normally connected, so it can be kind of confusing, but I've seen that before. At least, wait a second. Third from the right. It might be that there weren't enough pins. I think that's why they do that. Third from the right. Wait a second. I got that. Is that right? I thought I measured. Oh, it was fourth from the right and then third from the right. Oops, there. Yeah. Okay. Is there an A1? Okay. Okay, now let me finish. Let me figure out scroll lock. Also, let me double check here if these resistors are for the indicators. They've got to be. That's funny. Yeah, they are. Okay. Scroll lock. Let's see. D0, D1. I need to figure out which one's scroll lock. Can't believe it's not D2. I'll thought it would be. Maybe it's one of the other D's, maybe. Let's keep looking. Fourth from the left on the bottom. This is D6. D6. Now the only thing left is to figure out which one's the RGB. Probably like D5 or something. Let's try that. Oh, you know what? There might be a capacitor there. Let me check for that, because if there's a capacitor, it can be toying with my measurement. I thought there was a via there. Oh yeah. Is there? Let's take a look here. Because I think this might be connected to one of these resistors. Oh yeah, looks like it. Okay, that goes to this resistor. So there's not a capacitor, but there is a resistor in the way. So let me measure on the other side of this resistor. Make things easier for myself. I think that's too high. 1400 ohms. D5. It makes sense though that it would be D5, but kind of. Because that's not, I don't think that's used by the matrix. But what doesn't make sense to me is why the resistance is so high. Maybe there's more resistors in the path. So I think I'm going to assume that it's D5 for now. Otherwise I would have to... Wait a second. There's a slight problem here. There's another chip here and I don't know what it is. I thought that would be the USB controller, separate USB controller, because this is a PS2 AV RGB. So maybe I got this wrong. think I was looking at the wrong via. No. I think I might just have the wrong pin. Let's see where the rest of these go. So 5 from the right on the bottom. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Not all sure if this is a WS2812 or if it's something else. I think I'm going to guess that it's... I think I'm gonna... So it might be... The pin that we think it might be is D5, maybe. Let me just check a couple things first before I go with that. So 3rd from the right at the bottom. Okay. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. So there might be a seventh row. I think there's probably a seventh row. Let me hunt around a little bit. I think there's a seventh row here. D5. I think they've effectively made a seventh row. So let me see. That makes sense actually, because I've seen them do that before on other boards. Seen it before. Yeah. Wait a second. Wait. Second from the top. Yeah, B6. Is that used? No B6 in my layout. Okay. Seventh row. Oh, wait a minute. 5. Did I already get B5? I think I forgot to write it down. Let's see. B5 should be the bottom, physically the bottom row, I think. 4, 5, and top left pin here. Okay, yeah. Okay. Everything's starting to make sense. So effectively, this, let's see, GSX980. So this keyboard is set up as if it had 7 rows and 15 columns. Instead of 17 columns and 6 rows, it's 15 columns and 7 rows. I don't know why they do it. I think it's easier for them to use all the pins effectively or something. They've got some reason. So anyway, now I've got enough information. I can start on the firmware. I'm just going to put a pin in the RGB, which, no pun intended. The question of which pin is for the RGB, I'm going to just figure out later because it's not that hard to figure out later. So let me start with, first of all, this freaking camera's in my face. It's blocking part of my monitor. Okay. Now let me start with just the firmware from another keyboard that's another Bootmapper PCB that I've worked on, and use that for a starting point. And it'll be kind of messy, but I don't really care. Just something that's already Bootmapper. So there's this thing called Wheatfield Peripherals. Actually, I did a different 1800 layout, or 980. I did a different 980M layout keyboard. So and it's actually upstreamed. So I think the matrix might be similar. So I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna also take this split 75% keyboard, because that one's running PSD to AVRGB. So that one's already similar in that way. So let me take this and rename it to GSX980. I'll clean up the code later. Oops, I was going to show what I'm doing here. Oh, you can't see me. Really? Can't see me at all? How long has it been like that? Do you see anything? Oh, the coding screen. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, actually, I knew that. I'm gonna fix that right now. Okay. Yeah, let me add a new one. That one's messed up. Okay, is this big enough? Can you see? Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Come on. There we go. Is that hard to see? Maybe I can shrink this a little bit. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like the Space 65 a lot. It's really nice keyboard. I think it's a really good value. So I'm copying this split 75 code because it's already a Bootmapper PCB. I'm gonna just reuse that with some changes. In terms of the key map, it's gonna look more like there's another keyboard I ported called MT980 that's also Wheatfield Peripherals, but it's not a Bootmapper, I don't think. Actually, that would be cool if it was. It might actually be easier. Or 980M or something like that. No, it's not. Okay, but you know, I think the key map is going to be more similar on that one, so. Let's see. You know, the other thing. Oh boy. So this is going to be kind of a mess because I need to get rid of the keyboard I was using this for. This code on had the other half. It communicates over I2C. So there's code to use part of the matrix through I2C. I don't need that for this keyboard. So but it shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. GSX980. GSX980. Okay, let's get started here. So, essentially, I think, oh, wait a minute. That other one had effectively 8 rows. Gosh. Now I better double check. Does this one have an 8th row? It could. You know, the last PS2 AVRGB I worked on had an 8th row, so let me just make sure that this one doesn't. B6. Did I find anything connected to B7? No, not yet. So let me just make sure B7 isn't connected to another row. It might be. That wouldn't surprise me too much. So B6 is the second from the top. And that we determined was over here. Oh, not that one. Just so funny to me the way they do that. Okay, so this bad boy here appears to be might be another row. This is part of the existing. This is part of the existing. Okay. So what in the heck is going on here? Not there. Where does it go then? Where does it go? Is it on one of the other rows? I think this is an 8th row. Here, let's see. What pins are not used yet? The heck? So it goes to a via over here. Maybe I can trace where that goes. Ooh, yikes. Goes. To here. I think. Oh, never mind. What the heck? Whoops, my bad. It's still part of the 7th row. Wait. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's 7 by 14. Looks to me like... Let's just see. Make sure nothing else that I'm missing. So if that's the case, which column is this? Is it one of the existing columns? Probably. Yeah, it is. What the heck? Why is that on a different column? Yeah, they make it complicated, don't they? Sometimes. Let me see what the matrix looks like. On my MT980. Well, that's weird. Seems like it has the rows and columns flipped. Wow, now that's confusing. Okay, changed my mind about that. That matrix being similar to this one. Definitely not going to be similar to this one. So cool. So this column, the first two are on the share column, and goes through here. Gosh, very strange. It's not even the same column. Not the same column as each other. Crazy. It goes here. So right there. Is that another column? Wow. I think there might be another column. So those two are on one column. And these two do not share a column. So the bottom two on that side do not share a column. these? Do these share a column? They do not. What the heck? Oh, okay. It's because they're on the same row. Yeah, that's confusing, isn't it? It's going to be one of these existing columns, I think. Okay, there might be another column pin in use here, so I better check that. In fact, I think there is. Okay, let's figure it out. Bottom. I think it's third from the bottom on the right. C6. C6. Oh, that's already a column. Interesting. It's already... How did I miss it? Tenth column from the left. Okay, it's there. Yeah, it's probably... Now let me see here. Sometimes 14. 98. I think that's enough keys. That's funny. I think that's just enough. Isn't a 980M 98 keys? Or am I remembering wrong? I think that's exactly enough keys. Cool. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all the rows and columns. So let's start on the nasty stuff. Let's start on the so I said there's 7 rows and I think 14. Wait a minute. $15 columns that I found. Right? Oh wait, no. D7. I'll need to check my work real quick. C2 is here. Yeah, there is another. It's 15. So there's a little bit of extra. D7. 5th. Yeah. Okay, so there's 15 columns. And 7 rows. In terms of, electrical connections. Let me open another window. I'm having technical difficulties. Oddly enough, my keyboard just stopped working. But I don't know if it's my USB hub or if the actual... That'd be a bummer if my Space 65 PCB just flaked out on me on stream. But let me just plug in a different keyboard, and then we'll know if it's the keyboard itself or if it's something else. Huh. That's super weird. Yeah, just while I was using it here, oh dude, it's working. Maybe it wasn't the keyboard. Let's give it another chance here. Maybe my USB cable's having trouble or something. Don't know. Okay. Yeah, I hope it's not the keyboard. I hope it's maybe my USB hub is getting flaky. Maybe it doesn't like my webcam going through it or something. Okay, whatever. Okay. 7x15. One RGB LED. So this is not going to be correct. Ugh, this is annoying. Why did I do it this way? This is gonna be a headache, isn't it? The way I did the indicators is not gonna be good for this keyboard, because on this keyboard the indicators are just hooked up to a data line, but the keyboard, why did I do that? Weird. Anyway, I can take that out. Let's see. Maybe I can start with the more simple PS2 AV RGB. Yeah. Weird. Hmm. I want to see if I can do this. I'm not sure if it allows that. Might not. Oh, good. It does. Okay. So it goes column and then row. if I like that. Why can't it be row and then column? It probably can. Okay, so we have 7 rows on this portion. Okay, that's super annoying. My keyboard just stopped responding again. Not sure what the deal is. It might have something to do with my camera. Let's see here. I think I'll unplug the camera that is connected to that USB hub, because that might be causing me some issues here. It's this one right here, I think, is this. That'll reduce some of the throughput on that USB hub. It might make a difference. Okay. So physically there are actually 15. So I can use this as a starting point. So there are So the last two are actually a different row. They're actually K. So I believe it goes all the way here, all the way this far, whilst it's still on the same row. Then it goes to effectively the 7th row and starts at column what? So, okay. So 7th row. So this goes to the 7th row, and the column is 0. And then the next one, I think, is the 7th row. Oh wait, sorry, what am I doing? Sorry. It's not instead of, it's in addition to. So K60 with 4 spaces. And then K, I think it's still 6th. I think it's still the 6th row. Yeah. And then it's like the 10th over, so it's like, no? I thought it was. Oh no, it's 1. Okay, K61. See how easy that is? So in case anyone doesn't have a programming background, what I've done here is I've done K, then the row number, and then the column number. So this bottom section is the way it's physically laid out. The matrix, okay, so the bottom row is a grid of all the row and column pins. So that's why there's 6 rows here and 15 columns, because there are 6 pins for row pins and 15 column pins. However, the way that they're physically laid out on the board is the way this top section will look. So down here, if any of the pins are not connected to anything, then this is where I put KC no, I think. Let me just double check that. Yeah, see, oh no. Yeah. So see where it's the ones that say KC no. And then the ones that are not connected physically in the layout, I can just not even list them. I guess that's how that works. Like, you just leave them out. So that's pretty cool. Oh, sorry, dude. Coding screen's gone. You're right. There. Okay, so what I was saying is, here in your .h file for your keyboard, you define your key map, and what we have here is this bottom portion in the curly braces. This two-dimensional array is going to have the same number of rows as you have row pins, and as many columns as you have column pins. So that's why I have 7 rows in this table and 15 columns. And so I used the naming convention of K and then the row number and followed by the column number. And since there's more than 10, 0 through 9 is 10 different values. Since I need 15 different values, and I didn't want to use more characters and make it confusing, like what's K1, what's K111, if there's 3 numbers, are the 2 ones, I don't know. I didn't want to have to use more numbers, so when I get to 9, I'm using hex. So when I get to 9, then you go to A. A is the 10th value, then B, C, D, E, F, all the way to F. So F gives you the 15th value. So that's that way. If you look, row, it goes row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 7 rows. And then the column is the second digit. So FFF. So each column has the same second digit. Now then, this top list of values here. This is the way that this represents the way that it's laid out physically on the keyboard, the way the keys are laid out. So I noticed with my multimeter that the last two columns were on a separate row. So that's how. So I'm listing those there the way they're actually connected. So now I need to poke around with my multimeter and figure out the rest of this. So let me just double check. So all 17 are used there. So there's 18. So I'm going to have a complicated situation on this one, but I'll figure that out when I get to it. So the first one I think is simple. They're all the same row. The top row is simple. It's all the same row until the last two. The last two are on the 6th row. So these are all row 0, and then last two are on row 6, which I meant to say the 7th row. So when you start at 0, that's the first value. That means 6 is actually the 7th value. So next row, let's see, does it look the same? Are they all in the same row? Probably. Almost for sure. So they are all in the same row up until this is the last one that's on the same row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So the 15. Okay, so this is the 15th. Okay, I see how that works. Because these are closer together. Okay. So if that's the case, so this is the 15th here. That's probably on the same column as this. Yeah, okay. So those are all cool. Those first all the way up to F. Good. Then the next ones, these last three, I need to see what row they're on. So they're all in the same row, but what row is it? Is it the 6th row? There's 3 keys there. There's 3 more keys in addition to the ones that are on the row 1. So these keys are on row 6. But what column are they? Okay, so great, awesome. K6, 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 X. I'm gonna say X because I don't know what it is yet. So let's figure out what column it is. Maybe it's column 2, 0, 1, 2. Maybe it starts there. So yes. Okay, perfect. So it goes, it's kind of logical. It goes 0, 1, and then it resumes at 2, 2, 3, and 4. All right, next row. What am I making? I don't know if you were here earlier, but it's a keyboard from Taobao. I'm porting it to QMK, and it's called an GSX980. It's an integrated plate 980M layout, which is like an 1800. The USB-C PCB, it's a PS2 AVRGB PCB. So I'm Right now I'm writing the matrix that will be used by QMK. So I'm diagramming out which row and which column is connected to which pin, and that's how we represent it, is like this. So I'm on that row. Now let's go to the next row. So we have all of these connected to the same row all the way up until we get over here. So just like the one before, but let me just make sure that there's 15 there. There are. Okay, so there's nothing unused. So if I was a betting man, I would bet that this next one is going to be row 6, just like the one before it. Just like the row above it, it's probably going to be on row 6. But the columns are probably going to start where they left off. So it's probably going to be column 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it is. So 5, 6, wait, 5, 6, 5 and 6. So I have to, at this point, decide whether I want this key here to be counted as on this part of this row or the next row. I think let's see. It doesn't really matter too much, but I think I'll go ahead and put it on this row. But 5, 6. Now the real question is, no, that's not the next one. It's not the next column. Interesting. Ho. So 7, column 7 of row 6 is not used. So this is something we need to know. The 6th, so column 6. Wait, is that what I said? Column 7. I mean, the number is 7. So 5 and 6 we've got. And then there's nothing on 7, I think. So 5 and 6, right? So we'll put it on the next one. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. So K 6 5, K 6 6, K 6 8. So K 6 7 is not used. So that's the thing. So these are the things we need to discover. K 6 7 looks like it's not used. Hopefully I'm not wrong about that, but it looks like it skips to K 6 8. Okay, now let's go to the 4th. Let's go to the next row. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this row looks like he stays all one row trace, even longer, up until here. So how many? It's 15. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Because that's how many you can use before you have to switch rows. So then I'm thinking he goes to row 6 again, which he does. And then I'm thinking it's column. I'm thinking then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So column, I bet you it's 8 or 9. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not. Why isn't it? Okay, so it's not column 9. So it's not K69. is it K? It's K67. Surprise! So it goes 8 and 7. So K68, K67. So I was wrong. K67 is not unused. They just swapped the order from what I would expect it to be. So we'll put that back on in the matrix. It is still in use, in fact, right? Okay, next row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now things are gonna get a little more complicated. You know, let me just double check something here, though. The coherency of this. Let me just double check the coherency of this layout. So 15 here. Okay, it's all consolidated, it looks like. We'll find out soon enough whether there's any idiosyncrasies, but actually, you know what? I'll just check now. I want to see if the columns really are all coherent. And like, bottom row, don't know if I should even bother checking because it's almost for sure going to be really wacky. You know what? I think it is because so far they've used all the keys that were available. So they've used all the rows that are available. So it's got to be. So let me go to the second to last row. So in this case, maybe I should check. Because this one, we're starting to get 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's like not 100% that this one has used all the columns in order, but probably has. It did. Okay, so it did. So these are all still all the column pins are used in order. Okay, so there's only one that's left out in the cold here. That's got to be on a different row. So it's probably on row 6, which is the 7th row. Oh crap, it's not. It's not on row 6. Well, what is it then? I hope there's not a 7th row that I've neglected to count for. There might be. But they might have snuck it into the last. They might have snuck it into the row 5. Because there's extra room there. No, it doesn't look like they did. Oh wait, I didn't check it. Oh dear. Okay. So this might be. Oh no, sorry. I was checking the wrong. No, it is on row 6. Okay. So it's probably 6. Probably K68. So. Oh, 9 is the next. 9 is the next available. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh, wait, sorry. Column. Okay, K69. That's it. K69. Gotcha. Okay. Now the last one's going to be interesting. The last one's going to have a lot of unused. And by the way, maybe I should try to make this look. So it goes this guy, then this guy. And then I went ahead and put this. I went ahead and put this number pad on the 3rd. So, I should try to make this look. No, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I'll do that in my key map. I'll try to make the key map look more like the physical keyboard. So, something to keep in mind. So far, every row has used every column except for row 6. We don't know yet about row 6, so we'll see. But now, the last row is probably different. The last row is going to have a lot of unused columns. So let's figure out which ones. Because the ones that are unused, we have to put KC no in the lower grid. And then we leave them blank in the upper grid. Gotcha. Okay. So the ones that are used are, in order, column 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A. Okay, all the way up to A. Cool. So K5A, and then that's the end of that. So then everything after K5A gets deleted here and gets put as KC no here. Now, the last one, the 6th row, is going to be even bigger mess because there's a lot of unused columns. Actually, it's not that big of a deal, but 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh, I made a mistake here. I made a mistake on the 3rd row. I need to figure this out. Hang on. So here I have 3. I put 5, 6. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 4, 5. Made a mistake somewhere. So it goes 5, 6, 8. So it goes 5, 6, 8, and then the next one, the 4th one, goes 7, and I should take the 8 out, I think. Yeah, there's only one. I don't know why I put 8. Okay. There we go. So it goes. So the 4th row, let me just double check that. Yeah, K6, 7. Yeah. Okay. 8 and 9. So 9 is the last one used on row 6. Looks all right. Now, with any luck, we'll be able to get this working. Oh, let's see. Did I put in the case he knows? Okay. Now, what else? D0, D1, and D6. Oh, wow. Ah, the indicators work the same. The indicators work the same on here. Cool. So maybe, oh, I already have those. Okay, cool. I think the indicators are wired the same on this thing. Now D4 was the RGB on this last keyboard I did. Let me see, do I have D4 in my matrix? I do not. So the RGB might be on D4. Is it D4? It might be. We'll see. That would save me some trouble if it ends up being there. That'd be great. So, I don't know if I need to change too much more. There's a little bit more I need to change, okay? Because this one doesn't have the I squared C. Oh, I haven't built it yet. I'm still cleaning up the code a little bit. So, I'm gonna undefine right half because I don't have a right half. Matrix scan. So it goes, iterates through one row at a time. So far, so good. So I think I might need to change this code a little bit. B 0 through 6. Let me see here. This is I need to get rid of all this right half nonsense because I don't have a right half. This isn't a split keyboard. So this is just noise. This code is all just unnecessary complication. So B0, in terms of columns, those 8. Interesting. This is going to be a little bit tricky. I need to look up how the one sec, I need to figure out how to which way I set the pins. Okay, that's fine. That's probably okay for the rows. Columns, on the other hand, how do I read the columns? Okay, pin A. I need to do some bitwise arithmetic here real quick. Okay. This is a little bit concerning. My keyboard has stopped working a couple times during this stream. I think the PCB might be flaky, but it might be something else like my USB hub. I'm just going to switch to another keyboard for now. I don't want to deal with this. Okay. So we're reading the columns from one register. So A So we're using 8 bits. So I got 3 different registers I need to read 3 different registers to get all the columns. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that. So the first one, the A register, uses all A0 through A7, so it uses all 8 bits of the register. So I'm going to say column 0 I'll just take the S out. Call 0, 1, and 2. So the first call 0 I'll make equal pin A, I don't need to OR it with anything because they're all 8 are used. Okay, now column 1, on the other hand, is going to be pin C. And they're in the reverse order. So the first thing I need to do it's going to be pin C let me go ahead and I need to initialize the other registers too, by the way. So D7. You know, I need to look at the data sheet. I need to look at how I'm supposed to write which bit of the register goes to which pin. Let me take a look here. Zero D1 and D6. Least significant bit. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I think bit 0 is pin 0. I think we're good. Okay. I'm gonna move though. I'm gonna go ahead and move the indicator in it to after. Okay. Rows were good. Columns were good because we're using them all. On A. Now on C, we are using all but C1. So I think a 1 goes in each that's an output. You know, though, we're not using, sorry, C1 and C0. But I don't think we're using them as output either. But using them all but the C0 and C1. So that means, whoops. So we can set those last 2 bits. So all but C0 and 1 will be input pins. Now what else did I do here? Oops. Now why do I do that? Interesting. Alright, I'll follow the same convention. So the last 2, leaving the last 2 0 means that'll be FC. DDR D means I only need D7, so I only need the most significant bit. So I need 7F. Wait, 7. No, wait. So 8. 0. So I only need to set the bit to 0. So the bits get set to 0 if it's an input pin. Okay. So I set them all to 0 for A. So for this one, the only one I need to set to 0 is actually the most significant, D7. The 8th bit. So 0x80. That sets only the highest bit. And then I do the Sorry. I got that wrong. Only the highest bit should be set to 0. So it should be 7F. F will set everything to 1 except for the very highest bit will be 0. And then we're doing the opposite for port. We're setting the bit that we're going to use as input. Okay. 7F means topmost is a 0. Okay. I think I finally got that sorted. Alright. Everything clear? Makes sense? I'm gonna see if it builds. Oh, I didn't do the key map yet. Obviously the key map's not gonna work. For one thing. I'm gonna try using the key map from my other 980 layout keyboard, the one I'm actually typing on right now, and hope that it's close enough. None of the last ones get caught. What happened here? Oh, forgot that thing. Forgot I deleted those. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Doing something wrong here with the QMK. I don't know why that's there. I don't think I need it. By the way, I'm compiling in the other screen and it's having errors, so I'm fixing those errors as I go along. Typos and such. Okay, now I have too many keys in my key map. How can that be? Is this thing different? What? What did I do wrong here? It says I passed in too many arguments. Okay, let's... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18. Wow. Okay, well there's your problem. This one I have as a KC no. One probably doesn't need to be there. Wait. Insert print screen. Page up. Page down. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. What other KC no do I have? I gotta get rid of that KC no there, because I have it just not even in the layout now. Well, that's one. I still have one too many, so let's take a look here. Escape, F1, F2, 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. F12. Backspace. Oh, I have backspace twice. Okay, because this keyboard that I originally made this layout for supports split backspace. This PCB does not support split backspace, so I need to take that out. There. What in the world? Now what? A lot of errors. Okay. Okay, what did I do wrong? Whoa. Oh, one thing I forgot to do. Oh wait, never mind. No, I didn't. I don't see what the problem is. I have layout there. All right. I have an error somewhere. Excess elements in array initializer. So I think that means that this second block has more elements in it than the first one. So I might have forgot to put KC no somewhere. So 1 through F. Through F. K2F. K3F. Five only goes to 5A. Oh. And 6. Six, 9. What did I do wrong here? Let me just try something as an experiment. Take one row out of there and see if let's see what it says now. Oh, same error. So maybe the problem is the other way around. Maybe it's up here, there's too many. Okay, the problem's up here. There's too many up here. So I forgot to delete something. $18. Next one has one more. Then I'll do 18 again. Now 16. Okay, this one's got too many. And I think I know why. Wait a minute, fourth? No, one. What did I do wrong here? 16. It doesn't have to be that row that's the problem, though. Let's look at the next one. Oh. $16 again. $4. Casino. Wait, there's 12. The bottom row has... Okay, I did something wrong here. It's supposed to be 12. 5. Ah, there's the problem. I think. Wait, but I only put 11. What am I doing? I only put 11 in both places, so I don't know why it's complaining. That's right, I can't measure it that way. I mean, it's wrong, but I'm not sure why it's complaining. Oh, I didn't put 11. I put... Okay, I put 10. And I should have put 11. Should have put 12 in both places. Instead, I put 10 and 11. So let me just check my work here. One, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 10. Oh. 11. 12. K5B. K5C. Now there's a problem with my layout. It's actually a problem. Another problem I notice is I have duplication of certain keys in this layout. 1, 2, 3, 4. That I need to get rid of. Like the enter is hooked up in 2 places on the matrix on that keyboard. Whoops, I want to leave that one and take out the lower one. Anyway, I think there will still be something wrong when I fix that. That's better. Oh, line 11. And 19. Done wrong here. Oh, second from the bottom has one too many. Wait, 16. I've got 17. Okay, that's not right. So something's wrong here. 0 through. Oh, okay. That's 4C. Still wrong though. Still has too many. Oh, why did I think it was 17? No, it is 17. Oh, that's right. I've made a mistake. 0 through F is 16 different values. I made a terrible mistake. Okay. I don't think the topmost bit is ever used, actually. Hang on, let me... Okay, there's only supposed to be 15. Not bad. "15 column pins, not 16. Yeah. I need to get rid of all the F's. Wow, I can't believe I didn't notice that before. It's a pretty silly mistake. Wait a minute. You know what? I'm tired. It's late. The value is 15. So I got confused because the value of F is 15. But if you start at 0, that means you have 16 different values. So that was how I got myself confused. Okay, that looks a lot more promising. Just need to fix the fact that this key map has left shift twice, and then we'll be good, I think. I can't guarantee there won't be some other problem. Now I need to take out... I think there's a reference to tap dancing somewhere in here. Which... I don't know why it's complaining, because I didn't even use tap dancing, but I have it enabled. So let me take it out. Whatever bug, there might be a bug in QMK right now. I just pulled this code from the latest master, so. Alright, let's flash this bad boy. The only thing is, I'm not sure how to get into bootloader mode. Let me switch to my this view. Well, since this is bootloader, probably, I mean Bootmapper. Since it's Bootmapper, at least I think it's Bootmapper. It might be that there's a key. I think usually there's a, with these PS2 AV RGB, usually it's in the one of the corners of the keyboard, and usually you can tell if you're in bootloader mode because of what the RGB or what the indicator is doing. Before I do that, let me just check. So caps is working and the indicator is working. So let's try this one. Looks like it's not that one. So it's not the bottom left corner. Now let's try the top left. There, it's in bootloader mode. How easy is that? Now I need to run this command as root. It's not gonna work otherwise. Programming it in. Probably have a complete mess on my hands. It's probably gonna totally not work, but we'll see. All the indicators are on. That's awesome. It's not the way it should be. Yeah, something ain't right. All the LEDs are on and nothing works. Okay. Oh wait, I don't think I finished the code. You know what? I didn't finish the code. Yeah, I didn't finish the code. What am I doing? Do you remember? I didn't finish the matrix scanning code. I finished initialization, and I didn't finish anything else. So I'm actually surprised that it even compiles. Okay. Yeah, man, I didn't finish writing the code. I need to aggregate the values from the different pins. Ay. So I already figured this out earlier, so it's going to be first one is going to be all the bits. Oh, shoot. That's why I calculated these values. Okay. Okay. Or it with the bits that you're not using. And then you AND it with the bits that you are using. 0FF, 3FC, and 7F with 80. And the pins are actually A, C, and D. So there. Now I got them. I read them. Now you combine them all together and pass them to QMK. So it's going to be. Oh yeah, by the way. Okay, so it's an array of column values. I don't need to do it that way, but let me see if it works that way, and then I'll optimize it if it works. If it works, then I'll just use one, because this, I don't know how much memory this wastes by doing 3 different columns structures here. So oh, whoops. Okay, already a reason to use one. So here's what I'll do. And then if this works, then I'll do simplify things. Right. I don't think I need to do anything extra because of the fact I'm using 3 registers instead of only 1. We'll see. I don't think the firmware is even working. I think I've done something terribly wrong. It might be something like the diode direction might be different on this keyboard. Okay, so let's take a look at the data sheet. Actually, let's do this. So the way I've got the firmware written, it goes row by row. So what am I doing here? So let me check the code. So when I set a row, when it's each row's turn, port B, which is the rows, 0 through 6. So there are 7 of them. So it sets a 1. Takes a 1. And then it writes a 1 to everything except. So I think 1 means, setting it as a 1 means it's an output pin. Set this pin output, and then set everything to 0, set everything to 1 except for that one set to 0. So the current, I guess, is expected. So that row is ground. So now that row is ground. So I think that means we're gonna see which pin is low, which pin is pulled to ground by that row. So I think that means the current, it flows from negative to positive, I think. So if we're setting it to ground, so it's gonna go row to column. So let's see if that's how the diodes are laid out on this PCB, because it might not be. So when I go from a row, it needs to go, so the current is going to go from the column, so the column is going to be negative, it's going to go through the switch, so the current needs to flow this way, which it does. Okay, so the diode direction isn't the problem. Something else. And I think, all things considered, there's a good chance that it has something to do with the way I'm reading the matrix. Or it might have to do with the way I'm initializing things. So one thing I can try, just for a heck of it, I'm going to try putting I'm going to skip setting up the indicators. I think I'll skip setting up the matrix stuff too, just for now. What I'm looking for now is, I think something I've done in the code is actually crashing the firmware. So that's what I'm trying to determine. determine if it's crashing. So I'm going to take out some of the register operations on the pin registers. Oh, whoops. I had already unplugged it up here. Oh, that's right, it's this one. So let's flash this in. See if it makes a difference. Okay, that's a good sign. Indicators are no longer doing their thing. I think that's a good sign. I don't know. Now let's build it again. Let's flash it again. Oh, actually, you know what? Before I do that. Okay, see, it's not crashed now. I think it was crashing before. Because see how the indicators are working now? So let's see. I'll add in just the indicator in it. And then see. Whoops. I think the code that Hey Josh, what's up? I think the code that I wrote to scan the matrix is crashing the keyboard firmware. So I took it out. I took out the part that reads the matrix from the registers. Now I'm gonna put just the row. I'm going to put just the logic that sets which row, one of the rows to low. I'm going to put that back in and see if the firmware crashes now. Oops. I'll put that back in. I don't think it's that, by the way. I think that part of the logic is probably fine. Let me just double check. I don't have any B pins anywhere besides in my rows. Okay, so far so good. See, I know the firmware is running because the indicators are turning on and off. It still has a bug because if you notice, when you go from the bootloader to the power on, the indicators, actually when you plug it in even, the indicators all come on at the beginning, so you don't want that, but I'll worry about that later. That's it's not a functional bug. Well, I mean it is, but it's not a, sorry, I'm getting tired. It's not a showstopper. Alright, I've put back in the logic that initializes the column read registers, initializes the port registers that are used for the columns. So now I'm going to see if it, okay, see, foobar. Okay, so that's, whoops, I would say I did something wrong there. Okay, so let's see what I do. Oh wait, that doesn't initialize, sorry. I put the wrong code back. I need to leave this commented. Forget it, that was stupid. The part that I need to, the part that I meant to take out, to comment out. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this part. This part's what I meant to uncomment. Okay. What that's doing... Actually, hang on a sec. Why am I writing to the ports? I should only have to set the data direction. Doesn't make any sense that I would write to the ports. Because I'm setting them to the direction to read. So I don't know why I was writing to them. Doesn't make sense to me. So let me try that. And who knows, maybe that was the problem. Let's give it a shot. Okay, now the indicators are not working. So there's something wrong with the way I'm setting the state of these registers. Let me just process of elimination. I'll just go ahead and just do A only. By process of elimination, I should be able to figure out. Okay, it doesn't crash with just A. I'm thinking D is going to end up being the problem because I think D is used, some of the D pins are used for input and some of the D pins are used for output. I think. So let's check that out. Yeah. Now if I add D back in, I bet you it stops working. Wait a minute, before I do that, do any of the keys actually register? Or is it completely... So I think even... Oh, I'm not reading the registers. Never mind. I need to finish this train of investigation before I jump to something else. So I'm just checking first if the firmware crashes when I initialize the registers, the data direction of the different registers. So now I'm initializing all the columns again. I put back the column initializations, setting which pin is input and which is output. Now, just by adding that again, now the indicators aren't working. And I suspect it's because I did something wrong with this value. So oh, you know what? I think I do have to have the port command. I messed up. I was confusing writing to pin versus writing to port. So let me just try that change. So I've taken out, I'm not initializing pin D still, but I'm initializing the other ones with the DDR and the port command both. Okay, now let's take a look here. What is wrong with this? So I think D7 is one of my columns. I determined. So I think that's the most significant bit in the D register. So I thought that means I need to set zero there, meaning that one is an input and the rest of them are outputs. You know, maybe what I should do let me try something. Instead of setting it, let me just AND it with 7F with that mask. That way I'm just setting that top bit to 0. Just leave the rest alone. See if that makes a difference. Because, you know, otherwise I'm actually setting the rest as output, even though only a couple of them are actually being used as output for the indicator. So that might not be the right thing to do. That might be crashing it. So, hey, look at that. That's better. Now I'll follow the same convention here. You know what? Let's just do all these. Instead of setting all the bits a certain way, I'll just set the bits that I know need to be set by using ANDs and ORs, bitwise operators, instead of just setting everything. Because it's probably setting one of those bits on port D is probably crashing the firmware. I still need to fix my indicator problem, but it's not as crucial as getting the matrix scan to work. Okay, that's progress. Now that I've done that, I'll try reading the column pins again. So I'll bring back the code that reads the columns and see if it works. All right. Come on, take your sweet time. Hey, no more crash. Now let's see if we get any keys register. Well, that's something. It's 2. It's supposed to be 1. AZ. So I think something's not quite right here. Let's take a look. Sometimes I find with these PS2 AV RGB boards they're very like sensitive to capacitance or something they really don't like the tweezers for some reason. But that's just one theory. See, like X looks fine. Oh no, not all the time. Yeah, they really... I don't know why, but these freaking things, man, they cannot tolerate... There's like... Oh, you know, it's probably the debounce. Maybe the debounce. I don't know. Probably the debounce is not set to an optimal value for... See, where's the freaking Merlin when you need him? He probably knows what's a good debounce value to use for PS2 AVRGB. Where's that freaking Merlin when you need him? So let me just see if it kind of works at least. Well, that's definitely not right. F, way over there. Well, that's not even close to correct. That's close. So some of my... Oh, pfft. Okay. Guys, seriously, I'm making silly mistakes here. Remember I said I wasn't done writing the code? I'm still not done writing the code. Still, okay? I'm gonna make myself crazy here. Okay. I smashed them all. I smashed all of the whatever. What did we say? 15 different columns. I smashed them all together into just 8 columns with this line of code right here. So stupid. So it's supposed to be like this, okay? Left shift at 8. Something like that. Wait. Hang on. Okay, we got on A, using port A. Okay, using port A, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need a left shift. The next one needs to be left shifted by 8. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this board. So 14. So this one needs to be left shifted by the 8 that were already there, plus 6 more. 14. Okay. So what I was doing is this line, by just not doing any left shift, I was just copying the next few columns on top of the first few columns, and I was doing that twice. So yeah, that explains something, probably. Wait, what's wrong here? Oh, now let me unplug this. It's late, I'm tired, I'm making silly mistakes. Things like the indicators being stuck on when you plug in the keyboard, that's a software problem I can worry about later. I just want to get to a point where I don't need to use the multimeter anymore and have it all taken apart. Then I don't care, I'll build the keyboard, I'll worry about the software bugs whenever. Okay. Okay, that doesn't look right. but I mean, it's better, I think. Maybe. So I think it might be the capacitance of this thing, of the tweezers, showing the row and then the next row at the same time registering. I've actually seen that before with PS2 AVRGB, so I'm not convinced yet that there's actually a problem with the software. Might be. Okay, so F8 is not registering at all. That might actually have a diode problem. It might actually be some other reason. Like a bad diode. No, it's not the diode. So let me make a list of keys that aren't working. Columns. How many columns? Like, it's like 17. So, oh wait. Oh, that's why. Because that's on the next register. That's probably why suddenly it stopped working at F8, because it's probably something still wrong with my math. So let's take a look here. F7, F6, F7, F8 no work. Duh. What just happened? I know what's wrong, you guys. You guys, look, see in my notes? I forgot an important detail. Okay. I forgot an important detail, which is that the order is reversed on this second bank. So, bear with me for one sec. So I need to do this. Bit reverse. I have this handy little function already here. There. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. See, I keep saying I wasn't done with the code, and then I keep still not being done with the code. But I'm glad I took good notes, so that I could look back and say, oh yeah, the order of the bits is the other way around for C. For the C ones, the C pins. Everything on port C is in the opposite order. So that's probably what's wrong. Okay, F6. Uh-oh. Still not working. Okay, well. F7. No F8. No F9. Oh, making me sad. F10 works though. Ten, 11, 12. Backspace. Now these two are on a different column. I mean, and these are a different row. So I've done something wrong here. It's reading the right column, but not the right row. Oh, wait. It might be that capacitance problem. Let me look again. Is it always? So I might have an issue with the code that's iterating through the rows. All right, let's if 7 and 8. No. That's not working. Okay, let's go back to the code. Wait a minute. I put the or in the wrong place. All right. Put the or in the wrong place. I need to ignore it before I reverse the... I need to ignore the unused bits at the bottom. Those two unused pins. Wait a second. Wait. Hang on here. Maybe not. Okay, actually, since I wrote these, since these are in this order, least significant. No, that's right. That's right. So, yeah, that should be correct. I should ignore it first and then reverse the order. At least that's what I thought. F7, F8, F9. Alright, I'm still doing something wrong here. Oh, I need to shift it. So I need to mask it. I need to ignore the two least significant bits by leaving them because wait. Let me think about this. So I ignore those last two bits. Then I'll flip it around. It's my other bit mask is backwards because I didn't take that into account in the bit mask, I think. So I need to ignore the upper two bits. So it's gonna be like 3F. So I should get F8 and F9 to work, I think. Yay, F8 works. F9 works. Okay, so I think my last column pin is not working. I decided it was F7. Why did I do that? Oh yeah, everything 1, but that's backwards. It should be everything 1 except, so it's the most significant bit. Oh yeah, the most significant bit is the one I'm using in this case. So I need to do a bit reverse again. So ignore everything but the most significant bit. Then reverse it and AND it with 1. Because it's only 1 pin, so. Bitwise arithmetic can get a little bit confusing sometimes if you're not doing it very often. All right, print screen works. Bitchin'. So most things are working now on the first row. That's all that matters, right? You don't need more than 1 row. Why does anybody need more than 1 row on their keyboard? I think I vastly underestimated how much time this was going to take. So what I see now is my 6th row is completely not working. I'm not sure if I actually enabled it. I mean 7th row. So 0 through 6. So let's see. Have I initialized? So let me think here. Which row pins? 0 through 6. So I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it matters, but I'm not actually using the topmost bit. So I might need to keep it a 0. Let me change this to 7F. Because as you can see, I'm not using PB7, I'm not using in the rows. So let's see. Set. Okay, well, it's worth a shot. I'll try that. I'm not super confident that it's going to make any difference, but it might. Another thing I could try is just setting the row to 0, just setting that one pin to 0 for each time for each row instead of setting the value of the whole thing, of the whole register. I'm gonna try that. I don't know if it'll make any difference. Yeah, see, that's not working. Let me just double check that. I'm a little skeptical whether it's really, whether that last row is really D7. Let me just make sure that I didn't make a mistake. I've got my schematic open somewhere around here. Yeah, it's taking so long. Pisses me off. Okay, D7. So what I thought was that it was the 5th one over here. It is not. Wait, yes it is. Wait, is it? Nope. That's not it. I don't think that's the right row. Here, let me check something. So A0 4th from the right. Sorry, you know what? I meant B0. Sorry. I'm getting tired. Less effective. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5 from the right. about to be measuring continuity on my keycaps here in a second. Brain's going to mush. Okay, should be close to 0 resistance if I got the right row, and so that's obviously not the right row. Wait, sorry. Oh my god. Okay, B6. I got myself confused. Okay, B6 we think is the 7th row. Wait, B6. That would be 8 rows, or 7 rows. Did I say 7 rows? Yeah, wait. Yeah, there should be 7 rows. Okay, B6 should be the bottom row. I don't know why I was looking at D7. That's a column. Yeah, I'm not having a column problem. Okay, B6. Where is B6? Okay, second down on the top. Or I mean, second from the top on the left side of the chip. I don't think that was the right one. Oh, it's the third one down. So it goes this. B5. Thought. No, B6. B6 is the one I want. B6 is the one I want. I think. Second down. It's not B6. How does it B5? Okay, I've made a mistake somewhere. Oh no! I'm getting myself so confused here. That's not the one I need to check. The ones that are on their own row are the far right column here. So, second one down. Yeah. Never mind. I had it right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's all correct. So B6. I'm going to do this and equals I shouldn't have to set the data direction every time. So I'm going to set the 7 least significant bits as output. But I don't know what the top one should be. Is there a B? There's no B7. I don't think so. See, I don't want to set it to 7F because that means that B7 is meant to be an input, and that might actually cause a problem if it's. I don't think so, but I don't want to mess with that. So. Let's try this. I bet it's not going to make any difference, but let's give it a shot. Just see if there's anything wrong with the debounce logic causing any trouble. The heck? Hmm? That was weird. I think my browser crashed. Let's see, is this... I think the stream might be pwned. I think Firefox crashed. OBS doesn't like it when one of the windows crashes. Strange. Oh. Wow, it really doesn't like that. Not sure why. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Why the row isn't working. Why is that last row not working? By the way, the debounce made things worse. Taking that away was not helpful. Okay, so for each row I set it to low and then I wait for 5 milliseconds. Yeah, this is an integrated plate. This keyboard has an integrated plate. Looks like, oh, my OBS is not responding, so I actually can't change my settings. Wow, that's fun. Yeah, OBS is not working right now. I mean, I think it's still streaming, but I can't actually control the program. So that's fun. I guess I'm gonna have to, unless I can think of a good approach to figuring this out, then I'm gonna have to call it a night soon because I actually can't control the stream anymore. But Yeah, that's probably good advice. I should probably pick it up later. That's 6th row. I mean, 7th. That 7th row is just not cooperating. No, I didn't. It's not because of something I did in the layout, is it? Or in the... Oh, good grief. You know what? I just realized something. Wow. I just realized something really silly. Yeah. Here I am writing my own matrix scan. I don't have to do that. I think I actually don't have to do this. I think I actually didn't need to write the matrix scan code. Wow. Let me just see here. Because I copied this source from a different keyboard I have. Well, no, I mean, figuring out the layout, it still has to be done. It's just that I might not have needed to bother with this matrix.c. So let's take a look. So I think most of what I did is still needed, just not the part that I'm actually having trouble with now, I think. So let's take a look. This will just take a minute. Huh, that's funny. Same column pins. bfake uses the same column pins. Oh god, I don't need a custom RGB driver either. the print screen. Well, this is better, but it's still not quite right. Okay, cool. So that tells me that this here is not a problem. Probably not a problem with the source code anymore. It's probably not a problem with the logic anymore. It's now probably a problem with the way that I have the matrix described. So that's good. Good to know. I think I know what's wrong. At some point. Wow, that's really stupid. At some point I deleted the last line of this. I don't remember what I was trying to do. I don't know. I don't remember why I did that, but at some point I deleted the last line. That's why it's not working. I'm hopeful. I think this is really promising. Oh my gosh. Guys, it's working. It's good. Wait. Is it? Numpad plus. Numpad enter's not working. I might have it mapped wrong though. Oh, never mind. I didn't have numbers lock on. That might make a difference. Let me just check. So this is 0. Oh, interesting. Okay, so control. Okay, the entire bottom row is shifted over to the right. One too much. So what's the last thing before that bottom row? Three. Okay. Okay, this after 3 comes. I think I had after 3. Okay, let me look at how I got it laid out. So it should be the enter should be on the second to last row. Yeah, enter's missing. Okay. I missed that one. So it's K6A. Second last row. got an extra key somewhere. Oh, I made the same mistake. C is the value 12, but it's the 13th value. My bad. Oops. Wait. Yeah. Indicators are still buggy, but as I said before, I'm happy to worry about that later. It's not a big deal. Even actually Marlon told me that that's a pretty common problem with PS2 AVRGB boards. It's having that buggy indicator. Alright. Success, I think. Yep. We did it. The keyboard is working. Ported to QMK. Awesome. Alright, that's enough work for tonight. I'm gonna sign off. I wish I could get my OBS to respond, but I think it's pretty much frozen, so I think once I kill it, it'll stop streaming. So let me just try one thing. Still frozen. Well, I'll try to shut it down cleanly using a kill command. Hopefully that'll... Anyway, well, thanks for watching, everybody. This is probably going to shut down now, so I will see you later.